tragic, oh yeah. So you don't pay it no mind. We live with no lies. Hey, hey, you're my favorite kind of night.
Morning.
Hello.
All right, I have those.
Ben say.
donated some gear to make this possible, so thank you to Rentex. At this point, I want to turn it over to my colleague here, Chris.
How you doing, guys? Before we get started today, before we dive in, I just wanted to go over about what exactly do you need to do to get started with MA. MA is totally free. You can go to their website and download it for free. What you can't do is you can't output actual DMX. So a couple things that you'll need to do to be able to get to that level is you need actual physical hardware to get started with that. So whether it being a 2-port node, onPc wing that I have here, or an actual desk. Each console will unlock a certain amount of parameters. Now, a 2-port node will unlock 2,000 parameters, and the desk that I have here unlocks 2,000 parameters, and the wing also unlocks another 2,000 parameters, giving me 4,000 parameters. Now,
So explain to me what a parameter is.
so parameter basically is a lot of other lighting desks. They will measure what your capacity is in DMX universes.
Okay.
Now with MA, it is measured in parameters, and that is your DMX channel count, basically.
Okay. So a parameter counts as a DMX channel.
Yes. Now, parameters are a little bit different because it doesn't eat up as like a normal DMX channel.
Okay.
For instance, if you go down your channel count on your fixture, you have, let's say, pan, fine, tilt, fine. Now, tilt fine and pan fine, that won't count as a parameter. So that's the one good thing about parameters with MA.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, just a question because I don't know, does that technically mean I could use 30 universes and divide 2,000 parameters or 4,000 parameters in your case over those 30 universes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yep.
Awesome. Very cool.
So, let's see here. All right. So, what I first want to get started with is patching. That is going to be the first thing you do when you hop up to a gig. And for today, we're going to pretend that we have an upstage, a midstage, and a downstage truss. So let's get to it. All right. Downstage truss. All right, Dan, why don't you go ahead and pick a good wash?
Let's use a GLP. Let's use a GLP X4L.
Sure. GLP. Come on. X4. What is it?
Yeah, it's an Impression X4.
Okay. Why don't we just go in normal mode? And let's say we have 8 on our downstage truss, so I will change my quantity to 8. X4L1.
How many are you doing?
I'll do 8 on our downstage.
Do 10.
We'll do 10 on our downstage. It's good to have this 1 after your name right here, because then it'll list it in sequential order. So it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So what happens if I wouldn't put a 1 there?
It would just literally be the name for all your fixtures. Like in your fixture list, it would just be like X4L, X4L, X4L.
Got it. So, and you're putting it in the fixture ID of 1 currently?
Just the name right here.
Got it. But okay, cool. So
the fixture ID, like I will always start at 101. That'll be like my first set of fixtures.
okay,
And then my next set will be like 201, 301.
cool.
Just helps keep things in order. I don't really use channel ID, but I just still make it the same just to keep everything in order.
Do you know what the difference is between channel and fixture ID?
Yeah, your channel or fixture ID is there's just two separate lists.
Okay.
I'll pull it up later. Jay.
Okay, cool.
Patch break, we can start our downstage truss at universe 1, and our first fixture will be addressed at 1.
Okay, so you're saying that
So when I hit apply
One.
here,
so one, the first one specifies the universe, and then after the period, that is the channel ID of the first fixture.
correct, yes. Yes.
Cool. Okay, so I see it there under the patch.
Yeah, so as you can see here, it labeled it in sequential order, 1 through 10.
Ah, nice.
Sometimes if I'm handing over a patch to somebody, I'll go ahead and also just throw in here downstage.
Oh wow, so when you change it on just one, do you have to have all of them selected, or how does that work?
Okay, so yeah, right here I hit the top bar name and it selects it all.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And
So once it was selected all and you added the
Yeah.
DS,
But
it adds that to the
in
name.
order to keep it in sequential order, the name or the number always has to be at space and at the end.
Space and at the end.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, so sometimes I don't get a 3D, or sometimes I don't even get a plot.
So Chris, we have a question here. David's asking, hey guys, any chance you guys can give me a brief overview of what we're seeing here in terms of desk layout, functions, before we dive too deep into patching? So yeah, that's a good idea. I think that we should just kind of tell them before we get into the patching, kind of like what you're seeing here on the screen, maybe what some of our physical, what you physically have in front of you, and kind of go over that a little bit. So before we dive into patching,
Okay.
so let's rewind a bit.
Sure. I'll save the patch. All right. So
So tell us about
why
like the
don't-
core.
Why don't we switch to the console layout? All right, guys. So this is my command wing. All right, and this is the fader wing.
So this version of MA is called MA OnPC. So yeah,
grandMA2.
Yep, grandMA2 MA OnPC.
So getting set up, power, and then it's just USB outputs that run into your computer, and that's it. And then you're connected all on PC.
MA
Now-
makes obviously the actual full-size desks. There is the ultralight, the light, and the full-size.
Correct. It goes the command wing, ultralight, which nobody ever really uses, and then the MA2 light, and then the MA2 full size.
The biggest differences there are going to be...
Biggest difference is, well, obviously you have your built-in monitors, and then with the actual desk, you have what they're called X keys. They're just extra buttons and executors. So that's mainly the biggest difference
Cool,
between
so more real estate, the screens, you don't need an external computer.
You don't need an external computer, which is nice.
Cool. And how about parameters? Do those unlock more parameters than what you currently have?
Correct. MA2 Lite will unlock 4,092 parameters.
Okay.
And then a MA full size will unlock 8,000 parameters.
Oh, cool. And so what happens, what do you need to unlock more than 4,000 or 8,000 parameters in those scenarios? Like, do you add, like, do you network another desk, or like, what do you do?
There is hardware for that. We call that NPU, a network processing unit. An NPU has 8 universes of output, and it unlocks 4,000 parameters.
So each NPU will do another 4,000.
Now, something to note, with onPC, the max parameters that you can output is 4,092 parameters. So
Even if I were to add an NPU?
If you were to add an NPU in session with this, you can still use the outs, but it will not unlock any more parameters. So command wing, fader wing, you're maxed out on PC.
Copy.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
good to know. Awesome. Good morning, Sarah Beth.
hello, Sarah.
So Cool. So I think that we know about. So tell us a little bit about the layout here. So what do you have on the actual command wing, and then tell us about your fader wing.
All right, so on the command wing we have fader pages, button pages, channel pages.
So tell us what those do.
So you have a set of pages for your faders, you have a set of pages for your buttons, and this is just how you toggle through. Now, let's say I'm on like fader 10, just a quick tip. If you don't feel like going and hitting the button to go all the way back, you can hold it and it'll jump back to 1.
Just by holding it.
Just by holding it. It's
Cool.
just quick tips like that have saved me.
Awesome. Does that also, when you scroll through those faders, is that also doing it on your fader wing as well, or is that only for your command wing, or how does that work?
So it does it for both.
Okay.
It does it for both. You'll see that there is a set of executors on one page, and then there's a set of executors on the other page that'll be for the wing.
Cool. That makes sense. So now
And-
tell us about.
So these faders, we call them executors. What these executors are for are storing back any kind of information. You can change these 3 sets of buttons right here to anything you want them to be. They could be flashes, they could be toggles, they could be go for if it's a queue stack, you can toggle through that queue stack.
I think that some of the terms that we're using we understand, but I don't think everyone here is going to
Okay.
understand. So like a
Well,
queue, what is it? A queue stack? And things
That's
of that nature.
we'll get into
Okay,
that.
cool.
I'm just still trying to nail down
Sure, of
the
course.
overlay.
Yep.
And now down here is all your buttons. This is separate to your executors. These are just buttons for playback. And I will dive into that a little bit more later. These are what we call our 100 millimeter faders. So essentially what these are used for whatever executor you have selected is what you'll see on these 100 millimeter faders. And then these buttons correspond with the faders. Same thing, I can go through the stacks, I can go back, I can pause, and I'll jump back to that later more. And here are all your buttons. These are called encoders. These are what you use to scroll through your values. Now, if you're just starting and don't have a console, it can be a bit of a pain without a console, because having encoders is definitely a plus in my eyes, but you can still get through. Okay, thank you. You do have the encoders on PC right here, and you can just use your mouse to move them around, so you can still get the job done. But yeah. And let's see, what should we jump into next? Most of these buttons I will be going through later, but I want to touch base on these top 3 buttons up here. Tools, nobody really ever uses. There's nothing too much in there, but setup and backup. Setup and backup you'll be using a lot. In our backup window, this is where you will save your show file. Anything to do with saving your show file, everything's in backup. If you need to load a show file, it's in backup. If you hit backup twice, that saves your show file. So now if we jump into setup, this is basically your preferences in MA. These are your settings, anything you need in here. As far as patching, networking, any of that nature will be in setup. All right, Dan, can you think of anything else we need to go over?
I'm just thinking here. So you said here that this is where we'll patch. This is where most of the controls are for the entire desk.
And there's a lot of buttons to go over. I'll touch base on that as we go through.
Cool. So now, what is this? The screen that we are looking at right now. What is that called?
This is in the setup window.
Okay, so when you come out of the setup window, right?
Sorry.
Come out of this window.
Sure.
What is this window that we're looking at right now?
This is just the interface of onPc.
So, is this just like the master? Is this the main screen?
You can say that. This is like your command overlay over here. What you're seeing here is what I'm seeing also on my console. Everything here is literally everything on the console. Now
is mirrored on your command wing essentially.
Yeah. Now all the buttons aren't lined up. Just for real estate.
Cool.
On PC, they're not going to be completely correct, but everything is still here.
Cool. So, so explain to us what we're looking at on like the right-hand side of the desk and what these buttons are at the top of the desk, I guess.
So at the top here, these are called our attributes. You can see them a little bit better on screen too. Down here are our attributes. I think it'll be better for us to jump back into patching and getting all of our fixtures set up.
Yeah, but just explain to me what is this stuff on the screen, right? So,
so our masters, this is just going to be, you have your 100 millimeter faders, is what I showed you on the desk. So whatever executor is selected is what you're going to see here.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So it's like.
And that's under masters?
Yes, correct.
Cool. All right.
Same thing with fader pages, button pages. External 1, external 2. This is just for any external monitors that you guys have.
Oh, cool. So you can have, can you add more than just 2 external monitors, or is 2 external monitors kind of what you're limited to on this?
2 is pretty much what you're limited to.
Okay, cool. So if you had, if you brought in more,
you technically could.
Brought in some touch screens or things of that nature.
Yeah, there is 2 different settings I can show you.
We can get into that later.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now here is your first bank of executors. This is going to be 1 through 15 right here, and then the next set of executors is going to be your 16 through 30. So screen 2 is showing me that this is pretty much my command wing. Screen 3 is just another window. Now screen 4, this, if I were to store, let's say, anything back on this button or executor, this is what my fader wing is showing.
Cool. So screen 4, wing 1 is essentially what's up on the.
See. Just stored back a blank executor here, and now I can see, and you can see that from what it says. Screen 4, fader wing 1 down here.
Gotcha. So
if I
wing
disconnect this right now, it won't say fader wing anymore. See, it just says screen 4 right now.
Copy. So screen 4 is technically your fader. What's going on your fader?
Correct. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, plug that back in.
Okay. I think that's. And then your command overlay. If you click that, that'll essentially just that'll bring up that portion of it.
Yep.
Again.
And all right, so let's.
So how do you get back to what's the main screen, or do you just screen 2 command wing? That's going to be what we've been working out of for the most part.
Yeah. Yep. And then this is like a main command overlay.
Main command overlay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
right, so
but
screen
down
2.
here, command overlay. This is what you're going to bring up if you need to get into your setup, backup, any of that nature. So jumping back into the patch, we will go into setup. There's 2 different forms of patching. You have patch and fixture schedule, and then patch only live. Patch only live is there's only certain things that you can change in there. So it's good for if you need to change the patch during a show. You can't really mess anything up along the lines. But patch and fixture schedule is you can change anything at any time. Okay, so as I said earlier, we are going to be patching a downstage truss, a mid-stage truss, and an upstage truss. Dan had us patch 10 X4Ls on our downstage truss, and we will be mostly using those fixtures for front light or stage wash, any of that nature. So let's go ahead and go to our next truss, which would be our mid-stage truss. Mid-stage truss. All right, Dan, how about some beams on our mid-stage?
Let's go with some Roby points. I think you like those.
Me? Points? Nah. What?
Let's go with like 6 of those on mid-stage.
Okay.
And then you want to choose like a spot fixture or another wash fixture on mid-stage.
And we're going to throw those on fixture ID 201. Same thing for channel. Since we're on a different truss now, let's just say the designer, he patched those in Universe 2 now. So now it's set to 1.291 right now because that's just the next number in the patch from the X4Ls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, but we want to change that. So we're just going to change these to Universe 2.1.
So, and how would you do that? Oh, you typed in 2 and then
Correct.
period specifies that. So the first number is the universe, and then the second number or the second set of numbers
is your address.
Your address of
Correct.
where you want to start your address. Okay, cool.
So I'll go point MS for mid-stage.
Cool.
Apply, and then as you can see, it did the same thing as the X4Ls. It patched it in sequential order.
Sweet.
In Universe 2.
Universe 2. What
So
else do we want to patch? Some. Do you want some spot fixtures on your? I don't know. You're the designer here, brother.
let's I kind of want to keep it simple for everyone. So why don't we just keep one set of fixtures on each truss?
Cool.
So we have our downstage, mid-stage. Let's jump to our upstage truss now.
Let's do like 8 profile fixtures.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking some Vipers. Let's keep it easy.
I like it.
Or BMFL, something fun and cool.
No, Vipers are pretty. So Martin is the manufacturer. My fixture is going to be Viper. We'll go 16-bit extended, sure. Change this to Viper. Upstage, US for upstage. We'll do 6 as well. Sound good?
Sure. 6, 8,
All right.
whatever.
Fixture, since this is my third set of fixtures, I'll change that to 301. Same thing with this truss, since this is truss number 3. The designer has this in Universe 3 now. So what are we going to do, Dan?
We are going to label this as Universe 3, so the first number would be 3, and then period 001.
Correct.
Am I correct in saying that?
All right, same thing, patched it in sequential order. You can see here, Viper, upstage 1, upstage 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And, okay. And now we have our downstage, midstage, upstage truss patched. Now, one thing to note while you're in the patch, let's say I patch this and all my fixtures are maybe still going crazy on stage right now, or they're just not homing or not doing anything right now. That's because you have to exit and save the patch. It won't output actual DMX until you save and close the patch. So
Copy. So to exit it, you're hitting the X, and then it's going to ask you.
as soon as I hit yes, it'll output DMX, and those fixtures all should home.
Cool.
And when I say home, that means the fixtures aren't tilted or panned. It's just
They're not actually seeing DMX until you've hit that button.
correct.
Understood. Someone just asked, can you guys take a moment to overview the screen where you are adding layers to the patch with commands like add layer, delete layer, cut layer diagnostics?
Sure. Okay. So add layer is pretty much going to be the same thing as adding new. Deleting layer.
So what is a layer? A layer is
It's just a way to group your fixtures.
Okay.
It's a way to organize your patch rather than it just being one list of a set of
just
fixtures.
one huge list.
It's
So
just think of it as like subfolders in a sense.
it seems like this is all about organization.
It really is. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. So
If
being
you
super
don't have-
organized.
If you have a
is-
messy show file, then you're bound for errors.
Cool. Good to know. So
Delete layer. We'll delete the layer. So let's say you wanted your upstage truss layer to be at the top.
So currently we're categorizing our layers by our downstage, midstage, and upstage trusses. So would you also do this? Would you put, just as a question, multiple different fixtures in one layer?
So this isn't actually how I always organize my patch. This is just for the demonstration.
Okay.
How I would organize it is by its own category set of fixtures. So I would have it like beam, spot, wash, blinder, strobe. That's how I would do it.
Okay. So, but currently we're just as a question. So your downstage truss in this layer, would you, if you had like 3 sets of fixtures in your downstage truss, could you technically put 3 sets of fixtures in a layer?
Yes.
If you really wanted
to. You can, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, you can put anything you want in these layers. It doesn't have to just be one set of fixtures. I can go and add rotary BMFLs in my downstage truss layer.
Cool. So in your work, you've found yourself doing it more so instead of what we're currently doing, being the trusses, but more so your types of fixtures.
Yes.
So let's say like all your spots.
Everyone usually develops their own way and how to organize in here. But I just personally found it easiest to organize it within its own
type
of fixtures. Yes.
Cool. So even like if you have spots in your lighting rig, whether it's your upstage, your midstage, and or your downstage, all of your spots you would categorize under that layer is what you're saying?
I would make a spot layer, and then I would still do the same thing I did in here
By labeling them that way.
Labeling, and also like let's just say for instance in this layer there was my points right here. And then let's say there was more points and there was some on the downstage and upstage truss. I always try to make sure that I label which ones go where. So it says points midstage. Let's say 7 through 12 is on your upstage truss. I would make sure to note that those are on your upstage truss.
That makes sense.
It helps
Cool.
if I have to pass this patch to anybody, they can easily identify where that fixture's actually.
Sure, they can look at the patch and be like, oh, okay, here's all of these are the upstage fixtures. Here the
less
midstage,
guessing
here
for
the
them.
That makes perfect sense. I like that. Cool.
So I think somebody had some other questions about cut, copy, and
same thing. So, what can you just dive into the
if you just wanted
delete
to
layer, cut layer, diagnostics of it?
If you wanted to move your layers around, you would just cut your layer here, and then select up here, and then paste that layer, and then boom, now it's upstage, downstage, midstage right now.
Sweet.
I can do the same thing, cut it again, go down here, paste, and now it's back in order that I had it. Exporting layers. Okay, so let's say somebody asked you for a patch. You want to select all your layers that you want in that patch, and then you're going to hit export layer, name it, and then you can export just the XML, or there's different formats that you can export, and now it just exported it. Now if I had sometimes it's a little bit easier to export it onto a USB, so if you have a USB plugged in, I'll plug one in real quick to show you.
Wow, prepared. For those of you guys who watched our training yesterday, I promise not to fall out of my chair again today.
Well, we wouldn't mind seeing that today. So again, now it's saying, do I want to export it internally or do I want to export it on my USB?
Oh, cool.
So if I export a USB, boom. If you need to find that file, you're just going to go to your File Explorer. Here's my USB drive, my grandMA2 folder, and then you're just going to go into Fixture Layers. Sorry, I don't see that it exported. It exported somewhere.
Seems like you have a full flash drive here.
Yeah. It's like I need to go through my... Alright, anyway, find it later.
Do you have it exported on the actual computer just to see what it looks like when if you were to open up that file?
Sure. So in order, if you export anything without a flash drive, you're going to need to go into your C drive. Camp C drive. And you're going to want to go into Program Data. You're going to find MA Lighting Technologies. There it is, sorry. MA. And I'm working in... Let's just find out real quick. Okay, so if you need to check what version you're in, you can hit this yellow dot up here about grandMA2, and this tells me that I'm working in 3.7. I can jump back here, now I know. So I'll go into 3.7. And here it is. It did export.
Corona.
First thing that popped into my head, I don't know why. And then here you go. Here is your patch.
Sweet.
Anybody that needs this, you can just hand them this file, and they now have an organized patch list.
Yeah, cool. All right, that makes sense.
So anything you need to access internally in onPc, remember, go into your C drive. I'll go through it one more time. You're going to find your C drive in your computer, and you're going to go into Program Data, and you want MA Lighting Technologies, grandMA, and make sure you go into the folder of whichever version you are working in. I'm in 3.7, and then here it is. Anything you need in here, anything you export will be here.
Awesome.
All right, let's jump back into MA. All right, so we have our patch. Also, another thing to note, if you're ever DMX troubleshooting, first thing I always check, do I have parameters outputting? And in the patch is where you're going to find out if you have parameters unlocked. Now, to show you if I didn't have parameters unlocked, let's say I unplugged my console, my fader wing, it's still going to unlock parameters. It won't lock you out right away, but if I were to close the show file and open it back up, I will probably be locked out as if I don't have this hooked up, if I don't have the hardware hooked up.
Copy.
But,
So
as you
so
can
that's
see,
where
I
it
have
says
4096, not 2048. That's because I have both of these running into onPc.
All right, cool.
Okay.
And do you currently you have them hooked up through a USB hub?
Correct. Yes. Cool. All right. So now, what now? We have fixtures patched. What do we do now? So now let's organize the show file. The first thing I would do, I would jump over into my pool window right here, and you guys can select anywhere on this grid. I tend to start in the top left corner right here. Why don't we open up a groups pool window with this?
Hold on one sec, Chris.
Sure.
Matthew just asked, so every time you patch a new fixture, the program will add it to that list, or is there a way to guarantee those new patches are saved?
I think I'm a little lost on that one.
Yeah, I think so. I am too. Every time you patch a new fixture, the program will add it to that list. So I believe what they're talking about is under the patch, if you just pull that up again, every time when you create a new list and you add fixtures to that list, when you exit out of the patch, they are saved as part of your patch.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. I hope that answers the question.
If not, just ask again.
Yeah. But just specify what you're saying. But okay, good. As you were doing.
Okay. So I just opened up a groups window.
And how did you do that? I'm sorry.
Sure. So you can click anywhere on this grid right here.
Currently you're still in the screen 2 command. Okay.
Screen 2, yes.
Yep, so screen 2. And by clicking
anywhere. So like I said, you just start on the top left here. And I'm in my pools tab right now. And I want to open up a groups pool.
Can you just talk to us about that tab that just pulled up when you clicked?
Sure. So this is where you're going to create everything you need to organize your show file now. And all these pools is where you're going to store back different information. Your sheets will be any kind of information, any kind of list that you need. Presets I will be going over later, but this is where you will organize all your presets and store back any data into these presets. Okay. Playbacks is just essentially the same thing as these executor buttons over here, but you can put them anywhere and you can move them around. Other is just like miscellaneous stuff, system. You can jump into later.
Cool. So we're going to start with going to the pools tab, and you put in a group.
Correct.
Cool.
So now I'll jump over to sheets, and now I'm going to pull up a fixture window. And then boom, what we have patched is in this fixture window. Okay, now something to note, jump back into the patch real quick. If I don't set these fixture ID numbers, if I left these blank, they will not show up in your fixture window. So if you patch something and you're not seeing them in here, like, oh, what's going on, just make sure you set your fixture ID numbers.
Oh, okay. So without one, it won't be carried over.
Correct.
Understood.
Now, there's a couple different ways to make your groups. How I usually do it, I just grab my fixtures and scroll down. Now they're selected, and I'm going to go ahead and hit store. And I'm going to store these to group 1. I'll go ahead and change these to wash. Now that group is my wash. Another way to store back groups is going into setup. And there's this auto create button down here. I don't use it a whole lot. I just like to see what I'm doing. But you know, with MA, there's so many different ways to do one thing. But okay, so here, group is already your first tab. I already made my wash. So why don't we jump to our mid-stage, our Ruby points. And you can see down here, now these are all selected. And down here in the bottom right, it says start at group 2. And that's what I want. If I wanted it group 3, I would just click this and change it to 3. But I want this group to go to group 2. And I'm going to go ahead and down here and click create all. Created one group. Cool. I'll do the same thing right here. And it already changed the number for me. Create all. All right, let's exit out of here. And if we jump back here, you can see now that it created those groups for me. I'm going to clear out real quick. Those fixtures are grouped now. And these fixtures are grouped. Now, let's say we wanted to label those. The syntax for that, you could either type it in the command line, label, or if you hit assign, that is label. And these are points. I'm just going to change this group name to beam. And if I hit assign again, or like I said, you can all right, and now we have 3 different groups selected.
Sick.
So now what do we do with this now? We are able to control attributes down here now.
For the selected.
For those selected fixtures, yep. So instead of having to go to this fixture window every time and grab them, I have them grouped now, Dan.
Okay.
Let's say it's good to have an all group. I'll select all 3 of these groups right here. I'm going to go ahead and hit store. Let's just store to group 5.
So you did that through command overlay.
Yep, I found store down here. I hit that with all 3 groups selected, so every single fixture selected. Now, you don't always have to hit label. If you just stored back anything, you can just start typing. So I'm not hitting label or anything. I'm just going to type all. Just a quick tip there. You can skip having to put label in your command overlay.
Oh, so you just type.
You just type after storing.
Cool.
So now, if I hit all, every single fixture is selected now. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So let's take a look at the right corner of the window over here. These are your different windows. So, and if you want to store back different windows, same thing. You're going to hit store. You're going to use the top one up here. I'm going to label this my fixture window. So I'm just going to type in fixture. Boom. So now, if I want to jump back to this window, I can do so. All right, so if you need to delete a window, you're going to hit this yellow ball right here, and you're going to go over to delete window. I'm going to delete this real quick too. And now we have a blank window. One thing I like to do on PC, another difference between on PC and the console is there's a dedicated button on the console. And that button can essentially let you delete windows or delete all screens at once. So I like to, this is just personal preference, but I like to store back an empty window down here. So I'm going to I hit store. And I'm going to click this window down here. And now I'm going to label this clear. So now instead of having to go up here, back into this window, having to hit delete window, that can get kind of annoying if you have a bunch of different pools on one window. So I'll bring this back up real quick. Now, if I hit this window, it just clears it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So why don't we go ahead now, since this is cleared out, our next window we will now make I'll still bring a groups pool into the top. Grab this, drag it up to the top. Now, let's go ahead and jump into our presets tab. And let's lay out what we want for our presets. So I'll go ahead and bring a dimmer tab in. Same thing, bring it to the top. We just need one row right now. We'll go ahead and bring a position preset. Now this isn't how I label or lay out my presets, but just for the sake of the demonstration, I'm just going to have one row for each preset. All right. I'm actually going to consolidate this a bit too. Alright, so I just gave myself a little bit of space there because I want to now go ahead over to the Others tab. And I want to find Smart. I don't always use this window, but it's really going to show you guys what's going on here in a second. And here's a Smart window. We're going to go ahead and open up also a color picker. Alright. So now let's build some presets. So let's go ahead and grab all the fixtures. Now, in order to start building presets, we have to put things into our programmer. Actually, before I do anything, I'm going to store back this window. I'm going to label it presets. Cool. So I have all my fixtures selected. If I go down to dimmer, we can see that they are all at 0. So now, click this dimmer encoder down here, and this will generate up here. So now, my first preset, I want to have, dimmer preset at 0. Now, you see this little red box down here. This indicates now that this is in the programmer and I can store back this information. So I'll go ahead and store in the dimmer pool. And now we have all of our fixtures for this preset set to 0%. I'll go ahead and run through and do 25. Store. I'm just going to do this quickly. 50% store. 75% store. 100% store. Now, these are pretty much going to be your easiest presets to work with, your dimmer presets. There's not a whole lot to it, but something I want to touch before I jump into all the other presets is, let's say I have all my fixtures selected, and now I'm just going to store back a bunch of different random values. Dimmer at 50, position, let's say, I'm just going to do anything for the demonstration. 50, sure. Gobo, just anything. I'm going to just start putting random stuff in all these attributes. Cool. Shutter, let's find. Here's max random, it's fine. Focus. Move the encoders, random values now. Okay. So now, if I go to store back into any of these presets pool now, let's say I'm going to store position. Now, since I have everything activated down here in my attributes, what's going to store back here in the positions? Is all my attributes going to store here, Dan, or just position information?
Position information?
Correct. Now, I'm going to go ahead and hit store right here, positions. Now, the only thing that's stored out of everything was positions. That is because there is a filter applied to these pools.
Oh, okay, cool. So it won't pull over any other information because those pools have filters essentially.
Correct. There is a way to turn that off, but I've never found
It's a good
case,
safety net, I feel like.
Yeah, I've never found a case where I wanted it off. I've always used that. But yeah, that's just so when you're working and you're storing back into this certain pool, there is a filter applied, and it's only going to store back whatever is in this.
Cool. Makes it easy.
Yeah, definitely. You can't go storing back wrong information in the wrong preset pools and whatnot.
Agreed.
So let's go ahead and off this. And
every time you say off, I think,
yeah.
off that. Let's off this.
Nice, Dad. All right, so I haven't gone over the command clear yet too much. It's pretty much every programmer's favorite button. We like to hit it way too many times, and we like to make it known that we were hitting it. Exactly. So now, there is a reason why we are hitting that button more than one time, because every single time we hit it, it does something different. And there is 3 levels to this clear button. If you see somebody hitting it 4 or 5 times, it's because they're over-exaggerating. I'll go ahead and jump back into our fixture window right here. So I'm going to hit clear once. Here, I'll do it on here so that you guys can see. Clear once. What do you see over here that happened? That just deselected all my fixtures. Now these fixtures aren't selected. Okay? So now, if I hit clear twice, what just happened now? All the values in these attributes down here, those just all got cleared out. Now these fixtures are still in the programming window. So if I hit clear again, everything's cleared out. Nothing's in the programmer. And I guess I haven't been too clear on what the programmer is. I don't know where everyone stands in the lighting world, but I'm going to go ahead and pull up another fixture window. And up at the top here, I'm just going to hit this little icon that says program only. And it just went blank here. And that's good, because we have nothing in our programmer right now.
Oh, okay.
So let's just put something in the programmer. Grab all of our fixtures. All the fixtures are in the programmer now. If I start panning some fixtures, tilting some fixtures, throwing some dimmer values up and whatnot, these are all all these values, they're all in the programmer.
Jack M said, just note that if you save attributes to an all preset, it'll save all attributes in the program.
Correct, yeah. I'll jump back to that.
Okay.
So, where was I at?
Sorry.
You're good. So yes, now all these values are active in our programmer. And I'll do the same thing I just did before, but now you can see I have a separate programmer window up. I'm going to hit clear once, deselects fixtures, clear twice, deselects all my attribute values down here, clear 3 times. Nothing is in my programmer now. So if I were to store back anything, let's say store executor 1. This is just a blank executor. There's no information stored in here. I know that because this programmer right here is empty. Now if I go ahead and hit oops.
Oops is essentially your undo.
Oops is your undo button. And
oops.
Yep.
I wish
So
I had an
oops it.
oops button in life.
Oh, you're telling me. So I just oops back to what we had before I cleared out. And if I go ahead and hit store, now everything's still in the programmer, but everything just got stored into this executor right here. All this information here. So now if I go ahead and hit clear, boom. Now let's bring this fader up. Why am I not seeing all this information right here? It's because it's not in the programmer
Not
anymore.
in the programmer.
You just stored, yes, you just took that information, stored it back, so that way you don't have to have it in your programmer anymore.
Understood.
So
the programmer is more temporary.
correct. It should just be used for programming. Do some people
Not for opping.
Correct. But granted,
People do.
whatever way works for you.
Will the programmer overwrite what a sequence you have going on?
Will it overwrite a sequence?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
So I'll go ahead and off this real quick. And I'm also going to delete it.
Brian, can you please explain what the console can and can't undo?
There's a pretty long list, I think, but you can almost oops back through anything.
What is there anything you can't that you can think of?
Off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything right now, but if you do want to see a list, you can go ahead and hold back. Oops. I'm sure there's got to be a list on MA's website.
Cool.
But essentially, you can see anything I did right here from probably the very beginning from where we started. I can go back and oops. But I'm not going to do that.
Oh, wow.
So whatever is selected in green, it looks like there's 38 items selected. I can hit undo, and that pretty much oops back all the way.
To whatever
Once
point.
you do that, remember, there's no going
So how
back.
did you get back to that screen? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Sure. So in command overlay, you hit your oops button. Oops will it's like an undo button once, but if I hold this will bring me to an oops window.
Oh.
Now this is where I can see everything in here.
And I really wish I had one of those in life.
I hear you, Dan. I hear you. All right, so we can go ahead and dive back into presets since we didn't get too far there. All right, so we did make some dimmer presets. Let's go ahead and make some gobos. Now, most of the gobos I will be using will be mostly my spot gobos. So I'm going to go ahead over to my gobo attribute over here. And now I brought this smart window up over here. So that way you can see a little bit more. You can hit G1 down here to go ahead and bring this up as well. But I think it's good to have a smart window open so you can just see everything laid out right here. The Viper actually has 3 gobo wheels. I will not be making presets for all these gobos today. We'll be here a little while. So one thing to pretty much always store back first with your gobos is going to be an open preset. You're going to want to be able to jump back to open at times. And open by me saying is there's not a gobo active. So go ahead, hit store. Okay. Dots and space. store. And I'm just going to store back a couple. Cool. Go ahead and clear out. Now we have some Gobo presets. If you guys ever right click and get this red text that says edit up here, that just means you're editing a preset. And if you ever can't get it to go away, you can just hit escape. There you go. Now it's gone. All right, so jump over to my beams, which are my Roby points. I'm going to go to my beam attribute. Same thing as Gobo. I'm going to want an open preset. Store back here. And I'm going to want, the min strobe is always way too slow. So I'm going to go hit min. And I would use the console usually, but I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to go up a little bit on this encoder, probably to 35. That'll be like a slow pacing strobe. Alright, slow strobe. And go ahead back here to max strobe, store, label it max strobe, or how about fast strobe? Okay. And then how about also a random strobe? Strobe, strobe, strobe.
I knew there was something we forgot in our rig.
Yeah, of course, dude. What's a rig without strobing?
Strobes.
All right. So now we have some strobing presets. Gonna go ahead and clear out.
Strobe. I need some sound effects, Joe.
I'm actually gonna skip position because we're gonna jump into MA 3D in a second, but I can go ahead and select some color presets. I'll go over my color attribute. Cool. So just going to go ahead and store back some color presets real quick. I'm just going to do the basic colors for this presentation. So I'll go red, green. What is that?
GoPro
Oh, okay.
died.
Cool. GoPro is offline. Red, green, blue. Cyan. Magenta. And yellow. All right. So why don't we jump into 3D? Because we don't actually have a physical rig in front of us, and we need to work with something. We need to actually see something.
Let's do it.
All right, so before we switch, Joe, I'm going to show you what you need to set up on the MA side to get ready with MA 3D. So I already have 3D open. All right. So we're going to go into our network section over here in setup. And first we're going to go to MA network control. As you can see, I am not in a session. It says not connected over here. And so if you are using the same computer to run 3D on, you're going to want to stay in a loopback IP, which is your IP is going to be at a 127 dot. And if you needed to change it to, let's say, an ArtNet setting to a different computer, there's different IP settings down here. We're not really going to touch on that today. But a 127 dot is what you're going to want if you have MA3D on the same computer. So I'm going to go ahead, hit create session, and I am now in a session. Cool. Alright, we can get out of here now. MA network configuration. Go ahead. See. Good here. Everything looks good. Alright, so now here is where everything matters. MA3D. Now if I hit add present and I have MA3D open, cool. So that means it's seeing MA3D, but it will not connect until I hit yes on session member. Hit yes here. It's just going to take a second. Make sure I didn't change any settings here. To change any network settings in MA3D, you go into File, Settings, go down to Network. Okay, that's why. I must have been using this on a console because this is set to an ArtNet setting. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this down, switch to a loopback setting, which is a 127 dot. Okay, now I know that's connected. And we should be good. I'm going to go ahead and restart MA3D. Delete this. Add present. Now you can see that's the correct IP over here now. So if I go ahead and hit session member now, there we go. All right, so now you can see this green dot in the corner over here. Oops, sorry. That means I am in session with MA now. 3D is now connected and talking. So we can get out of here. Okay. All right. Okay, so some essential windows that you will need in 3D are going to be, for building anything in 3D, you're going to want your assets window, and you're going to want your properties window. These are the two that I mainly use. If you go ahead and hit grandMA2, 3D objects. Here are all your fixtures that you patched now. Now you don't have to use this in 3D if you don't want to. You can still go back to your, let's say, your fixture window that you built, and let's just say I just want my washes up. You see that it only selected my washes over here, and I can now bring this up. And those are just my washes now. So I don't know if you guys caught in the bottom left here, it's changing it in meters. If you guys don't work in meters and you only want to work in feet, I'll show you how to change that real quick. So I'm in my assets window, and I'm going to go down to units. Okay. Units is selected, so I'll jump over to my properties window, and you see dimension, unit, meter. I'm going to switch to foot. Now if I select these fixtures, go ahead and move them, you can see now it's changing it in feet and not meters now. If I want to reset these positions. I'm going to go ahead and right click this, and I'm going to hit reset selected objects, and it's going to put it back to down to where I had it. All right. So why don't we now lay out these fixtures how we would have them on our rig. So I selected the fixtures, Dan. I'm going to hit this green arrow, and this lets me pull them up. So what do you want to go to trim? 15 feet? 20? 20? Let's go to 20. All right, so our downstage truss is at 20 feet. Now if you right click, you can either move here. If you scroll on the mouse, you can scroll down, and now I can pan. Orbit is what I use mostly, but there is also zoom. And here's orbit. That's what I mostly use.
Burrito.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead over here. There is this little blue arrow. Let's bring it to our downstage. Let's just say this is our downstage. And I think we selected 10 of these, right?
Yep.
All right, so there's this red arrow here. Okay, cool. Now an easy way to lay these out real quick is I'm going to left click this, and now you can see at the top left here, there's a line box that just opened up. And you can essentially like fan in, fan out with the fixtures now. And I'm just gonna scroll down to this align function right here, and I'm just gonna drag now. What? Right? And boom.
That's legitness.
There's our downstage truss. All right, so I'm going to clear out. Let's jump to our mid-stage truss. Our Roby points are selected, and I'm going to do the same exact thing. Just going to drag up. And I'll zoom in. I don't know if my mouse is dying or what's going on here. I think it was because Joe Cooper was over here. There we go, it's working now.
Detected the bad juju.
All right, so I'm gonna do the same exact thing. Align, fan out. Looks about right to me. If you select it again, you can still move them in and out. But as soon as that, what is going on? All right. Looks good to me. So I'm going to clear out my fixtures now. Go to our spots, which is going to be on our upstage truss. So I guess I'll trim this out to about 17 feet. We'll rake the truss. Okay. 10 feet. All right, same thing here, guys. Select, align, fan out. Beautiful. I'm actually just going to bring these washes up a bit. All right, and we have a rig. We have a rig, Dan.
Sweet.
So let me jump back to our presets window. And why don't we select everything and just confirm that we have output. 0%, 25%, 50, 75, 100. All right, so we don't have our washes. Let's see what's up with that. Oh, great. All right, so there's 3 different attributes for this dimmer, which is going to make things a pain, but we'll work through it.
Can you update those?
Yeah, I'll have to go back and update the presets, which is fine. Okay. So with these other 2 attributes being at 100, I can go back now and update these presets. 0, store. Okay, so now we'll touch on this real quick. Storing over anything, a preset executor, you're going to be prompted with this message. You can either store, overwrite, merge, or remove. In this case, I want to merge the data. I don't want to overwrite the data because then everything else in that preset that I have stored, it's going to overwrite that data, delete it, it's gone. So I'm going to go ahead and hit merge. Okay, let's do 25. I just hit that by accident, so I'm going to oops. Store. And I want to merge the data. 50. Merge. Okay. So one thing that's
So how does a different fixture fit in?
0. Just gonna change these labels real quick. 25.
Rod, do you mean how does a different fixture fit into MA 3D, or what do you mean specifically by that question?
Okay. Cool. So let's just, for instance, let's say I grab my beams and I kept them at 100 and I hit store. All right, let's say I hit overwrite. What happens now? Now, the data didn't really actually get overwritten. That's because these presets, you see this U up here, that means it's also a universal preset, meaning it doesn't matter what fixtures I have selected, it's still going to set that at that value, no matter what, since it's a universal preset. Now if I go ahead and let's see. Okay, good. Okay. So now I'm going to want to grab each fixture individually. Grab my washes first. And I'm going to select 100. Now I'm going to hit store. And I'm going to go down to the first executor here. I'm just going to hit this blank executor down here. Boom. Since I haven't done anything else, I can just start typing to label it. Just going to type in wash down here. Oh, sorry. That just labeled the hit assign for label down here. And let's type in wash. Okay. You can also hold clear to clear out of everything. So you don't need to smash the clear button 3 or 6 times. You can also just hold it.
I find it more fun to smash.
Me too. Definitely me too. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for all the other fixtures. Grab my beam fixtures. Select this preset. Add 100. Store. Assign label. And I'm going to label these beam. Clear. Spots. 100. Store. Alright, so what do we have down here now? We now have executors that can control intensity of our fixtures. Now to note, just to make sure, go ahead and make that fixture window. I'm going to go ahead and store. So now when I call this back again, this fixture window is open now. My programmer window. And I like to just know that it's empty, even though I'm cleared out. I like to know there's nothing in the programmer. But as you can see, I'm throwing these values up, and the programmer is still empty, which is a good thing. That's what we want. That's the end result. We want to be able to store back all this information into executors, buttons, whatever. So let's go ahead and touch on some of these functions of the executors. If you go ahead and hit edit, there's a couple of different ways you can do this. You can edit. There you go. Now you can hear some different functions of editing the actual queue. But if you actually wanted to change what these buttons and functions do, then you want assign. You're going to hit assign, and then click on the executor. And now here is an overlay of that fader and what you can change and what you can do to it and whatnot. Right now it's set to the bottom button is a go function. The fader is a master fader on it. And then there's a on and an off. Since these are intensity faders, I'll go ahead and change my go to, let's just say, you can either do a temp or a flash button. I like to have my go button up here. This is just preference. You guys can, the best way to learn and figure out what all these do is just, obviously read what each one does in the manual, but once you start using them and applying them, that's when you kind of learn what their different functions are. And I like having, so let's say I wanted to have these settings on every single one of my executors. I can hit this button up here that says Save Default Sequence Assignment. I'm going to go ahead and hit that. And also, guys, when you get onto a console, it's really good to try to stop hitting this X. If you need to ever get out of a window, you can just hit escape on the console, and that'll really save you time. But also, if you, instead of having to hit assign executor, you can right click this and it'll bring you to that same window. And I'm going to hit now load default, and boom, those are all those settings right there. Same thing here. Load. Cool. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so we have some intensity playback here. Why don't we jump into 3D a little bit more, and let's make ourselves some positions. So now when I go to make some position presets, I don't really have to highlight the fixtures or worry about any of that information in the programmer because I have them stored back now. Go ahead and select my beam group up here. Okay. I'm going to go down to my position attribute. And we have pan and tilt here. Since I'm on a console and I have physical encoders, that's what I'll be using. But remember, you can still pan and tilt using, in this window, these virtual encoders. See, I can still tilt. It's not always the best using these, but it still gets the job done. The same thing, can pan them, but yes, you can do that too. You can also use your scroller on your mouse if that makes it easier. Go ahead, 0, 0, okay. So why don't we set some basic positions now? So this will just be a straight out look. And I hit store. And there we go. Straight. So let's get, where's it at on here? Okay. Now align function with position presets. It's everything. If you want to make some really cool looks, you're going to want to use align. The one I find myself using the most is 3 clicks in, and you can see it down here also. You can also select it down here. Here's all your different align functions. I find myself using this one the most. And now, with all these selected, I can either fan the fixtures out, or I can fan them in. Let's see, for the first look, let's fan them out. I'm going to take that, store it, label it fan out. Okay. Now that align is still active. This function is still active, and it's the only way it deactivates is if I start, let's say, tilting. Okay, now I can start tilting. But if I start panning again, it's going to pan everything. You hit oops. And that's just because when you tilt or change anything, it's going to turn that align function off. So let's go ahead here, turn that fan button back on. And let's set a fan in look. This could be for a lead singer or anybody that's on the downstage edge. And I'm going to store back this. And in. Alright. So let's go back to our straight look and finish that by jumping back here. Okay. Another way to find some interesting looks is this function down here called Matrix. Go ahead and hit this tab. Essentially what Matrix is, it's a selection order tool. It's a way to grab fixtures as an even, an odd, any of that nature. And the best way I learned how to use Matrix was just messing with it. And then there's also, you can open up there's a Matrix pool. So I'll jump back in the pool right here. MA tricks. So let's say I have a setting that I love to use. For my first ones, I'll go ahead. Here's store odd. Label that odd. Jump back in here, even. Now I have some Matrix pool items. If I were to grab all my fixtures and I hit odd, I'll jump over here to the fixture window, and you can see that it just selected all of my odd fixtures. Jump back here. See, why this Matrix pool just went away is because I forgot to save it back to this window. So I'll go ahead and just do it again real quick. Matrix. And I'm going to go ahead and save that, store it into my presets. So now when I jump back and forth, it'll stay there. If you forget to store it and go to another window, it doesn't save it. But anyway, I'll go to grab all my fixtures, go even. Now you can see that all my even fixtures are selected. Okay. Now we have some basic position presets. I'm actually going to jump back to something real quick, something that I forgot to cover before jumping into this, but it won't throw us off track still. So I'm going to go ahead down here and hit clear, and it's going to clear everything out. And usually always have a groups pool at the top of my page. I'm going to go ahead and click here again. Battery is running. Is that my battery? My laptop's plugged in. It's plugged in. Alright, well, it might be running the stream a little short. It's funny.
What's
alright.
your battery at?
9%.
plugged in?
It's plugged in.
Is your light on?
Yeah, it's on.
Your laptop charger broken?
No, it's working fine. Alright, anyway, we'll keep moving on here. In the Others tab is going to be your layout view. And I'm going to explain to you why it's always useful to have a layout view. Back to pool real quick. We'll open up a layout view pool. Okay. Now, if you are working with a lot of fixtures, massive numbers of fixtures, layout views are going to save your life. It's a must, especially for setting position presets. I'm going to store this back real quick. Okay. Especially, you don't want to be jumping to your fixture window and be like figuring out which fixtures where. It's best to use your layouts. And so I'll quickly show you guys how to bring fixtures into your layout view and how to organize them. So why don't we just do it in the same sequential order that we have our groups in. So go ahead and do our washes. And I'm actually going to store it in layout 2, and I'll tell you why in a second. I'm going to go ahead and hit store. Go ahead and hit this. And here are our wash fixtures in our layout view. Okay. Clear out, beam, store. Okay, there's our points. And yeah, you can also see intensity control in here and whatnot. Spots. Store. And now we have spots. Reason why I left one open is because I also like to have just a layout with everything, with all my fixtures in it. And now ideally this isn't how we have the rig set up. So that means we need to change some things around. And if you want to move anything around in here, you want to change anything, scale anything in here, you first got to go into setup up here. Hit setup. Now I could go ahead and select these fixtures. I know this is my down stage, so I'll move these down. These are my upstage. Now let's say, like I said earlier, we're working with a lot of fixtures, and there's just a lot going on in the rig, and you already laid everything out in 3D. It's like you get over to your layout view and it's like, oh, I gotta do this again. No, you don't have to do this again. One workaround I'll show you guys is you're gonna highlight all your fixtures here, and there's a tab down here called Arrange. Hit that, and then I'm going to hit Camera. Now, there's this down here. I can either get my front angle, there's a front view, there's a side view. Pretty much those are the only ones I ever use, as a front top view. I'll go ahead and select front one, and then you have to hit apply. Zoom to fit, and boom. Those are our fixtures laid out. And that just took the information from 3D. You're gonna switch over? Okay, thanks. So literally what I have laid out in 3D, let's just say I made all this in 3D. It took that information, took the camera information from here, and it set them up in my layout view.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yep.
Really cool.
It saves you a ton of time,
Yeah.
rather than having to pretty much do it twice.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's just say that things still aren't where I want it to be. You can still, oh, gotta be in setup. You can still move things around. Don't forget you can also, here's move everything. You can still fan align 1, 2, 3. And I'm gonna go ahead and move X. And I can fan these in. I can fan them out still. Super helpful still. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and clear out. One thing that I also do that helps me, you can assign groups into your layout views. So if I go ahead over here, hit assign, wash, I'm gonna put it right next to my washes. Boom. Now this group is in this layout. So I can go ahead and hit this. It'll select, oh, sorry. Here are all my washes. This is our downstage now because it flopped from 3D. Go ahead and do the same thing here. Assign beam. Assign spot. Assign all. Oh yeah, look at these, super all out of order. Why don't we go ahead and right click this bar up here. All right, now this function right here, snap grid, yes. That's what we want for right now. And it's snapped by 0.5 by 0.5, which is fine. And let's just tidy this up. So here's our washes, beams. I'm just going to change this to 0.25. Now the grid's like a little bit more fine, and you can right there a little bit better. And there you go. So I don't always just have, for me, I don't always just have, like my wash group in here, beam, spot. Let's say I'm working with 4 different towers, and each tower has, let's say, 8 beams on that tower. I will go ahead and create a different group for each tower, and then in my layout view, where I have all those towers, I'll also put a group pool right there. So that way it saves me from having to go select all those fixtures, change the position preset on that. I can then just click that group, and it just saves time, saves programming time. So I think that about covers everything in the layout view. If I don't know how experienced everyone is, but another thing that you will be dealing with in layout views, which we probably won't jump in today, is bit mapping. If you want to bit map any of your fixtures, it's all going to be done in here.
I think we should touch base on that at a later time, but
yeah, I wanted to dive into it, but
I don't think right now is
yeah,
the best time.
I agree.
Maybe part 2 of this.
So the reason why I just jumped back to layouts was because it's actually like the number 2 thing I do before setting up presets. I like to have a layout view before I go and make position presets. If I needed to, let's say, grab these 2 fixtures, I know where they are. I can grab them easily now, and I can control these easily. Can you show 3D? Thank you. So now that we have that, and jump back to presets. Okay, so it looks like we didn't store any buttons down here. Why don't we have a little fun with the rig now? Why don't we grab our beams? And I believe we can go ahead. So I just selected my beams and I selected a strobe preset. Now, why aren't they showing up? That's because your dimmer's still at 0. I want dimmer stored into this executor button, so you can either hit at, and then dot dot also brings it to 0, or you can just hit full. That brings everything to 100. Bunch of different ways you can do this. You can hit at 100, and it brings it to full. So let's go ahead and store this back. And I'm going to hold clear out. All right, so now this is a button on the console down here. This is button number 101 on my command wing. And now if I hit this, it's just a go. If I hit it again, I'm hitting it again, nothing, it's staying on. That's because it's just a go function. It's just going to go, and that's it. So the only way to turn this off right now is hit off. Okay. Now, if I want to change this to something more of for a busking show, I'm going to want to hit assign temp, and then just click the button executor. Now, when I click this, it's just a temporary button. Another way you can jump into that is assign, and same thing right here. You click here, and you have all your different functions.
I think so. You want to switch over to
Great.
We can take our lunch break.
Yeah, I say we take our lunch break, guys. It is 1 o'clock, so let's go ahead and do that for the time being during this sad moment of technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And we'll be back. You're supposed to cut there with the finger.
And next time we will have video training featuring Joe Cooper.
I'm going back to quarantine.
Closer the bridge of fire burns, somewhere the pages start to turn, and somebody whispers, I need this. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. It's only us. It's only us. It's only secrets. We're encouraged like a second skin. The kids are all dying. We're dying to believe again. Run through the open streets. We take what is needed. They say you're only young ones, but we live for it, we die for it, we live for it forever. They say you're only young ones, but we
Check.
I'm cold.
Yeah.
Can you see this on camera?
Oh, it is on.
Oh.
See that?
All right, guys.
And we're back.
And we're back. Sorry about the little technical difficulties. And I think we got Chris's computer fixed. Actually, I know we got Chris's computer fixed. We were just having a power supply issue. So anyway, let's dive right back into it. Chris?
Let's get back into it. Coop, can you throw me back into MA? Sweet. All right, so where we left off, it looks like we already stored some executors down here, and we were just going to store some playback buttons down here. Looks like we have a temporary button strobe right here. Just a couple other things we can store down here are some color bumps. Why don't we go ahead and do that? I'll grab all of our fixtures, and it's always good to have a white bump. Go ahead and store this back at 102. Label that white. And do the same thing here. We're going to hit assign temp. And I'm just going to make a couple. I'm not going to make all of them. We'll do red, store, assign, temp, and let's just do a blue one. Let's label these red and blue. Now another good way I keep my show file organized also is I like to keep everything color categorized. So if you go ahead and hit assign twice, that brings you to label. If you hit it the third time, that brings you to appearance. Now let's go ahead and hit our button executor, and we can now assign a color to that button.
Oh, nice.
So same thing, assign 3 times, appearance. This is a red bump, so I'm going to make it red. Blue. So it just helps when you go back and need to find something quickly. Okay. So I'm going to take my wash up. I'll take my beam, my spots. Everything's blue right now. That's because I did not clear out of the programmer. And that preset is still selected. So I'll go ahead and clear out. Everything goes to white. Now, if I go ahead and hit our red bump, the rig will flash to red. Go ahead and hit blue. Everything flashes to blue. Now I can hold these together. Strobe, red strobe, blue strobe. Let's see. What else can we store here? Why don't we store back a dimmer suite? I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to do that. I'm going to bring these faders down to 0. And I'm just going to do this for my beams and spots. Dimmer right here. Now, how do I create a sweep with this? I'm going to go ahead over to this delay tab. There's fade and delay, but I want it to delay. So I'm going to go here and then click dimmer. And in order for it to sweep through all the selected fixtures, you're going to want to select values 0 through, I'm going to do somewhat of a quick sweep, so I'll do 0.5 seconds, and I'll do through 0. Okay, so now that's in the programmer. I'm going to go ahead and hit store, and we'll put this on 106. You don't have to put everything on a temp. I'll show you one way to get around that. But let's just make sure it works. Okay. It did not work because I forgot to put the actual dimmer up to 100. That would help. So let's do this again. Everything's at full here. Jump over to the delay tab. Do 0 through 0.5 through 0. Store. And I'm just going to overwrite that. Clear out. And you can see everything sweeps in. But let's say I want that to go off. I'm going to go ahead and hit edit. There you go. And like I said earlier, this is the Q editor. And there is a function in here, mode right here. Let's go ahead and set this to release. So that way when we're done with the Q, it will release on its own. But you can see, well, it's offing before the sweep's even finished. So what can we do? There's this off time down here, and we're going to go ahead and set that. Let's go ahead and set it to 0.5 seconds. So now when I run this, you see the sweep still runs fully. It runs through, and then it offs without it turning off before the sweep is finished. Those are just some other playback buttons that I would use. Go ahead and label this. Okay, so those are just a couple examples of what we can do in our button executors down here. So why don't we create a new window? I'm going to go down here and hit clear. So I always have my groups at the top here. And why don't we jump into effects? All right. So when you're first jumping into effects, there's one thing you can use at first, and that is predefined effects. There's nothing wrong with using them. You can actually, if you want to lay them all out real quick, you can do, I think it's, oh, maybe you can't with effects. But you do have predefined effects down here at your disposal. Or you can create your own. Why don't we go through a couple predefined, and then we'll create some of our own. So for these examples, I'm just going to use our beams and spots. And let's pull up a simple dimmer sign. Now we should see, after double clicking this, the rig is running a sine wave. How about dimmer even odd? This is just going to be an even odd chase.
Cool.
Couple things to note in here. We have our actual attribute that we're controlling through our effects engine right here. The form, the waveform that's running through. A bunch of different in here. Your speed is going to control how fast this chase is moving. So let's just double it to 60. 120 BPM. I like using the sign. Let's use this. Okay. I'm going to jump back to speed group in a second. I'm going to get through the effects engine first, and then I'll jump back to that. The direction is controlling which way that wave is going. So if I change this, it's going to go backwards now. There's also bounce. Change it to bounce, it's going to go through your selection. The sine wave is going to go through your selection, and then it's going to come back through your selection. It's going to bounce back. Whoa.
It's pretty sweet.
Your low and your high value is basically where your waveform is going to start and where it's going to end. So if I change this to, let's say, a negative 100, now that is an actual complete sine wave happening right now. How can I tell? I can hit, there we go.
Oh, wow.
You can actually see now that it is a full sine wave running through the chase.
Sweet.
So it's not the effects engine, they're not all actually defaulted to a natural sine. A natural sine would be negative 100 through 100. And then you have your different phase values. That is, you can just use that to offset your waveform. And groups, blocks, and wings, this is just, it's similar to what I was showing in Matrix earlier. It's just for selection order. Let's go ahead and just mess around with it. So if I change this to a group of 2, it's going to select every other fixture. And now it's pretty much like an even-odd chase. Go ahead and set it to 4. Now it's 4 groups. Let's go ahead and set this back to 0. Blocks of 2. So if I grab this, now it's running the chase in blocks of 2 groups. Change it to 3. Oops. It's running them in blocks of 3.
Sick.
4. Get the point. Let's jump back to 0. All right, so now wings. Wings is a good way to get that symmetrical selection. If you,
How about asymmetrical?
yeah, you could achieve that too by pretty much going with an odd number.
Okay.
A wings of 2 usually will get you that symmetrical selection. But all right, so I said I was going to jump back to speed group. Let's say that you wanted to be able to control this effect on the fly, and you didn't want this defined speed right here at 30 BPM. We're going to go ahead in speed group, and I'm going to select speed 1. Okay. Now, we can't do anything with that yet because we haven't stored back a speed fader yet. So let's show you how that's done. Let's go ahead and put it on 6 right here. So I'm just going to clear out because I don't want to store back any information in this queue. I want it to be an empty executor. Store, okay? And I'm going to hit, let me open this up, assign, go into here. Now, down here in special master, we want to scroll down. My mouse is tweaking out a little bit. A lot of it. Okay. Right here, special master, speed 1. I'm going to select this. So now, get out of here. Now we have our speed 1 special master. Okay. And this is on my fader 6 on my command wing. So now what can I do with this? I can jump back to, did it again guys, I did not save my effects window, but we can make that real quick. Okay. Effects. And I'm just going to store this back. FX. All right, now we have that window open. So now this dimmer sign, it's like this. It's going to run at whatever speed. It's now linked to this speed master. Go back into here. I showed you guys I changed this speed group to speed 1. Okay. So now the 2 buttons on the top that I have here, you can either double speed, or you can half speed, or this learn down here. And this is going to be your tap tempo. And you can also use your fader.
What?
And slow it down, speed it
It's
up.
pretty nuts. That's cool.
So now if you were to go ahead and create a bunch of different effects and link them all to that fader, all those effects will be controlled through the speed master. All right, so that's just a couple dimmer effects. Let me go ahead and create a different effect. There you go. This is actually my good friend Dan's favorite preset.
Oh no.
So, what do we have here on the upstage again? Vipers?
Upstage is Vipers.
Okay. So, now tell me, Dan, why is only the upstage Vipers running this color effect, and how come the points aren't running this color effect?
The points don't have CMY.
Correct.
They only have a color wheel.
The points only have a color wheel, so the points aren't color mixing versus these Vipers that actually are color mixing. So I'm just going to off this. Go ahead and just select my spots now. Boom. And I can do the same thing we did earlier. I can go to my speed group, select speed 1, and I can slow this way down.
Oh wow.
But that's just something to note. So if you're going and making, oh man, my mouse. There's also like a, for instance, an even odd color chase. These are only going to work with a color mixing engine. If you have color flags with a fixture that does not have CMY, you can't run this effect. So it's just something to note if you're like, hey, why aren't my fixtures running this effect? And how come some are, how come some aren't? You have to make sure your actual fixture is color mixing or just LED.
That makes sense.
Cool.
So we could do that with the downstage fixtures, the GLPs.
Correct, yeah, I can grab my washes.
Makes sense.
The reason why I can't select this effect right now is because I made this effect as a selective effect. So I cannot grab another set of fixtures and play back this effect because it's selective with this group of fixtures that we already made it with. So I have to make a new effect. Okay, so I ran it, nothing's happening. That's just because dimmer's not up. So yes, the X4Ls are,
Even though they're technically RGB, they would still do. How does that?
it's still, well, the effect is also RGB too though.
Okay, so it just goes based off of
Mm-hmm.
color mixing,
Correct.
not necessarily CMY and or RGB.
Yep.
Understood. That makes sense.
So since we did store back some color effects, I'll show you guys how to utilize your color presets into effects now. So let's go ahead. I think we did, let's just confirm real quick. Not going to use our beams. Let's see, spots, red. Okay, let's just use the spots for this demonstration. Jump back to our effects, spots. And we're going to scroll down. And we're going to select mix color. And we're going to go over to our low and high values. Now, here are our presets that we stored earlier. And now, instead of having to do a bunch of math, we can just pull up these presets. Let's say white and blue. And we'll just run the effect. So, we actually don't need all these. We could make it a white and red chase. So if you were looking to, there's only a couple predefined effects in here, like a couple of rainbow ones and even odd, and you'd normally get sick of that real quick. So this is just a good way to bring in your presets that you stored back into your effects engine. So I can now run this effect with the color presets that I stored earlier, which is pretty cool. Okay, let's off that. All right, so how about some position effects now? So normally I wouldn't be including my downstage fixtures in these presets because usually I just have my downstage either for a wash or a special or any of that nature. So I don't have them moving around a whole lot. Now, my spots and beams, yes, sure. So we'll go ahead and jump back to presets real quick. Looks like I need to grab my spots. And let's set a look. All right. And now I'm gonna, you can also, instead of storing over this, you can hit update. And you have all these different sequences that you can store it back to. Just a couple other options, but I always find myself just storing back over it. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit store. And I'm gonna merge the information. Okay, so now my beams and spots are both in here. And we don't need that right now. So let's say every time I hop on the rig, I don't want all my fixtures just to be positioned down. I kind of want them to be defaulted at a certain position. So what we're going to do is, I'm not going to use this preset because we're going to want to use this for the show. So this is where I'm going to implement the syntax copy. So I'm going to hit copy, I'm going to hit this preset, and then I'm going to hit number 6 in the pool. Fan out number 2. So now, reason why I did that is because I'm going to make this a default preset. So I'm going to go ahead, select this one. Now, hit assign, select that preset, please, and you get prompted with this. Choose special mode. You get normal, default, highlight, stage. What I'm trying to do here, what I said earlier, we want these lights to default to this position at all times. So we're going to hit default. Now you can see it's yellow highlight up here, default. I'm going to clear out. Okay, so why didn't this default? Because you actually have to call the preset one more time. Select the fixtures. There we go. You have to select the preset and then clear out again. So now, I'll show you. Nothing's in the programmer, and my fixtures are all set to that position now. And you could do that for any position. I just did this for just the example. So now when we go run this position effect, the lights aren't going to be pointing straight down and just actually panning towards the ground, and now they're actually going to be able to do something in the air. So let's go ahead and jump back to effects. We'll grab our beams and spots, and let's just click on a random pool. Let's find a predefined. How about a circle? Pan tilt circle.
Wow, that's pretty easy.
As easy as that. There's predefined ones in here, or we can go create our own just as fast. We'll go to new, pan tilt. A normal ballet will just be your tilt on a cosine going the opposite way, and it's a little fast, but you can slow it down. So you can still do the same thing with speed group, but I obviously don't recommend you putting this on speed group 1. So what we'll do is, to move an executor, you just use the syntax move. And I'm going to put this on 4 now. And I'm going to clear out actually. Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing, store back an empty executor. Hit assign. Prompt with this. And we go to special master. Same thing. Go down to speed master. Except now I'm going to select speed master 2. And essentially I'm just kind of grouping out my speed masters. I usually only have 2. I keep one for dimmer and then one for position. So now that's on 5. If we go ahead and run this effect, we got to make sure we go over to speed group and change this over to speed 2 master. So I can speed this up now, same as just those dimmer chases, where I can slow it down. Highly recommended to have these on your effects if you are busking a show.
Same kind of thing applies to like dimmer effects and
What, speed masters?
yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I just said that I keep them separated.
Yeah.
Keep my dimmer information on speed master 1 and then position on speed master 2.
Cool.
Because if you're had them all on the same one, then you
Yeah,
might,
of course.
you're gonna want individual control there. All right. Dan, do you have any other questions right now?
I'm trying to think of some. It all makes sense. Let's see if anyone on the as of right now, I think we're pretty good. I can't think of any at the moment.
Okay. So that kind of scratches the surface of effects. It's good to try not to use all the predefined, but it's not a bad thing to still use them. You still really want to familiarize yourself with the effects engine. And the best way to do that is literally just diving in and tweaking things to your liking, and you eventually just get better over time with that.
Makes sense.
So, what are some other things we can incorporate in our show? Let's jump back into presets. Why don't we dial in some prisms?
I'd have questions if you weren't so good at explaining things. Keep the good times rolling is what was just said.
Trying my best here. Try not to overcomplicate things. That's what I'm trying to focus on, you know.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Let's see. So, if you go into your beam attribute, it's not just your shutter attribute. You can also, if you ever see this shark fin down here, see where my mouse cursor is? That means you can scroll through different attributes. So we have shutter, and then here's where we have where a frost would be, and then E is going to be your prisms. The point has 2 different prisms. Now, you see down here, you have.
I'm sorry, is E always like prisms and things of that nature? Or
Yes.
is it? Okay.
Down here you have your greater than, even than signs down here. You're going to want to select those. These are linked to your effect speed right here. If I were just to select this right now, and then I'm going to rotate this encoder, notice how it's only indexing them. Now if I jump back to here, you'll see now that the prism wheel is actually rotating.
Coop, can you put up the MA 3D, not camera? Try it again.
Thank you. So if I jump back to here, you can see that I can only index the prism wheel right now. If I jump back to this, you'll see that I can now control the speed of the prism rotation. Now I'll show you one thing that I personally like to do. I like to go ahead and first let's actually store this prism back as a preset, and it goes in here.
Someone just asked, how do you create a Q stack for multiple looks you need to get by quickly?
Sure, we can do that next. All right, so I have my prism preset. I can clear out now. Cool. So go ahead back into, we already have our matrix pool laid out here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my odd fixtures, and I'm going to dial in. Oh, that would be why. Overwrite that. Excuse me, guys, 1 second. Okay. Now, I'll grab odd selection. And let's just find maybe a medium speed. That looks good to me. And let's grab an even selection. We're going to want to go the other way. So we went 30 on the other side, so I'm going to want to go 70 here, and those speeds should match up, and they do. So right now, what you're looking at is a symmetrical prism rotation. So instead of all of your prism rotations just going one way, that can be kind of boring, but this is a good way to get that symmetrical rotation effect. And pretty much for all of my prism rotating and a lot of my gobo rotations and whatnot, I like to use this method more. It's just, it's not as boring. Yeah. And that was just literally by grabbing an even selection, storing it, rotating it one way, and grabbing the odd selection, rotating it the complete opposite way. All right, so somebody mentioned jumping into Q stacks.
Yep.
All right.
Zach Corin asked, "Can you show me a symmetrical circle?"
Zach, I would love to show you symmetrical circle, but I know how much you love asymmetrical, so I'll let you figure that one out on your own. That's too funny. All right, so Q stacks. Let's go ahead and use our beams and spots again. And we're going to point them. Create another position preset real quick. And I'm going to label this down. All right, so now let's say I'm creating a Q stack for a track that I'm getting ready to either play back or I'm getting ready to time code that track, whatever. You're always going to want to make your first Q at 0. You're going to want everything at 0. Make sure your dimmer value is at 0 now. So now I'm actually just going to move this over, and we're going to work in 106 right now. So
Tacos for President 2020, Zach.
Who? What? So, okay, moving on. So that way you know where we're working in. Q stack. Now, we just stored that Q at 0. We want our next Q to, let's say, jump to 100. And we also want it to fan out. Okay. So we're going to want to hit store. Click this Q. Now we're going to get prompt with a message here that says overwrite, merge, stash, merge, remove, release, create second queue. This is how we're going to create our stacks, creating a second queue. So now if I go back to 1, we go dark, and everything's homed. Now if I go to 2, it's just going to snap to that value real quick. Now a quick way to edit that real quick. We'll go into the stack real quick. Let's say I didn't want to snap that fast. Let's set let's say 0.5. So we go back to the queue. Now we run it. It's going to fade up a little bit slower. That was still kind of fast. Computer's tweaking out a little bit here. Cool. Just so we can see that a little bit better. There. Let's say we have this look for the chorus. We also wanted it to just have a slow look for it. And we wanted that look to be blue. Let's go with something we can actually see. And I'm just going to hit store. Now, it didn't prompt us with that message. That's because after you hit create second queue, it knows that you're storing in that stack. Another good thing is when you're working in a stack, you want to make sure that that queue is selected. So I'm going to go here and find select. I'm going to select this queue. Now, it's in our main queue stack right here, and I can control this with the 100mm faders that I was showing you guys earlier, and I can hit, you want to show me the console real quick? Just for a couple seconds. And I can scroll through this stack right here by hitting go. And now I'm just scrolling through. Go back. That's good, thank you.
Do it one more time.
No, all I'm doing is just going right through the queues right now. And that's because this is selected. If I select anything else, if I select this, boom, this is just our wash. There's not a queue stack, so I can't really go through them, but jump back to here. Okay. All right, so let's say our next queue is it's a lead singer, chorus, or whatever. You can go ahead and, before I go grab my next look, what do I have to do to stop this effect? Do I just off it? No. So this is where we implement stomp into. We're going to go back over to that effect. Now, how you generate stomp is hitting MA at, and you'll see stomp here, and I'm going to go ahead and hit this effect. And that just stopped the effect. Okay. So now I can go ahead and keep programming. Say we want everything to go back to white, and then we want to be able to hit that lead singer, and we also want, let's say, our spots to come out for this next cue. Okay, so now I'm just going to, so since this is selected, another way you could do this is, since I'm on Q3, instead of having, you won't even have to click this. If I hit store Q4, that's going to store it in Q4 now. Boom. So go ahead and clear out. Should jump back to that last queue because that's where it's on. Okay, and now if I go ahead, hit go straight to that lead singer look. And you can do the same thing here. You have your different fade times. I could also change the trigger time to, let's see, it's not going to be the best example, but we'll set this to a follow. So let's say I wanted that slow moving look to,
Zach said show attribute fade times, so useful.
I already did that.
Oh.
You missed out.
I did.
I'll show it again. Come on, Zach, keep up. So go ahead and set my trigger time now to, let's say, 3 seconds.
Adam Cohen, how do you implement the on-off time for an effect, a timed stomp? Scroll over in that cue list.
Tell him to text me exactly what he wants.
You just did.
I don't understand the question. All right. So back to that follow. And guys, it's always important. I haven't been doing it. It's always important to label your cues as you go. Let's just go ahead and do that now. All right, so Q1, I'm going to label this as BO, as blackout. Q2 is a fade in look. Now you can see this cue just followed after 3 seconds. Slow move. Singer. Okay. So back to that real quick. Let's go ahead and set this to 5 seconds. So I'll go to Q2. And now it's going to wait 5 seconds before going to this next cue. Boom. Now we have a slow move. And change this fade time over here to 2 seconds, so that way it just doesn't snap. All right, let's just say a chorus or whatever's coming up, and we want to hit that singer. The only thing is, okay, so since I set that fade time, you can see since this isn't a color mixing engine in here, you saw the flags, they also faded, which is not what you want. So let's go ahead and take this out, this fade right here. And so what we can do instead, that's just like a global fade on the cues. We can scroll over here. And we will find you have dimmer fade, fade position is what we want. So let's put 2 second fade on that. Go back. And just the position's fading, not the colors or anything else. So sometimes this is useful and it's quick and dirty, but you can't always get away with using your global fade right here. So that should cover mostly everything, or definitely nowhere near close to everything with cue stacks, but that should be a good start. All right, so do we want to see attribute, what did Zach want? Attribute fade or delay times?
Yeah.
All right, I'll do this again real quick. I'm going to go ahead and off this cue stack. And I'll select my beam fixtures. Actually,
Off those two while you're at it.
I'll select my beams and spots. All right, now let's go ahead and...
You said don't worry about it. Don't show it. You already showed it.
Beams and spot fixtures are selected. So down here in my dimmer attributes, I'll go over to delay time right here. And let's give it a, let's switch it up. Let's go with a 0.25 seconds through 0 through 0.25. And I'm going to go ahead and I already made one over here, but I'm just going to store on top of it. So that means I'm going to overwrite it. I don't want to merge the data, I'm just going to overwrite it. Okay. So we will clear out of the programmer. Now
Adam Cohen, can you show an example of how you would use MIB in a Q stack?
Yeah, all right. And for everyone out there that doesn't know what MIB is, MIB stands for Move in Black. Mainly used in theater. I've actually I don't think I've ever found myself using that. So let's figure it out though. Let's do it. But okay, so we just created that sweep, and it's going a little fast for you guys to see, but as you can see, display. We'll hit symbol features on right here, so that way we can see. I believe. Yep, it's just, this is a good visual also for you guys to see how this sweep is working. So I go ahead and hit it again a couple times. It's since I did the number 0.25 through 0 through 0.25, you can see that the chase is starting at 0 in the middle of these fixtures. So it's starting from the middle and working its way out. And you can do that for not just dimmer, you can do that for color sweeps. It's mainly used for dimmer information and color sweeps, but there's a couple other stuff you can use it for. All right, give me 1 second here. All right, move in black. Let's jump back into this Q stack that we made. I can just hit Go plus on here, and that'll put us in Q1. All right, so move in black, we can either use there's a late preset here, early, or one of our position presets that we've already used. Go ahead and hit black over here. So it's just, this is pretty much going to be used if you are creating a stack and let's say a position preset isn't getting to where you need it to be at a certain time. You can either use this to get it to go to that preset earlier, you can get it to late, it'll stay back a little bit later. See. And this cue's gonna follow. But that's moving black. There's definitely a good deal of more information in the manual. I just haven't used it whole enough to tell you guys, how to use it in a stack.
Orby said I never use it. I just wondered if I'm missing out.
It's definitely more of a theater thing, and I just don't do a whole lot of theater work. I know I find myself just controlling everything through my fade times or delay times, and that's just how I've gone through my stacks. Is there anything else, Orby, that you'd like to see though? There is one thing that I actually showed my good friend Adam Cohen not too long ago, and it's one of those syntax that didn't make a whole lot of sense at first. It's like, why is this useful? Now, it's a syntax called call, C-A-L-L. Now, what call does, and you can generate that by hitting on twice. Call, let's just say, since this Q stack is selected, we'll say call Q4. Please. Now, as you see, it didn't jump to that, but what it did is it called all that information back from Q4 and it put it back in the programmer. This is going to be useful for having to, let's say you had a certain effect running. Actually, that'll be a better one. I'll go to 4 and then clear out and we'll say call Q3. Let's say, oh, there's an effect running, but my effects are messy and there's effects everywhere right now. Now that this is called back in the programmer, I can easily identify where that effect is and if I need to make any changes. And not to mention that it does put it back all in the programmer versus trying to do self-fix. Let's say I do, which I didn't cover that either, but if you hit select twice, that generates the syntax self-fix. Let's say self-fix Q3. What that's going to do is it's literally just going to select all of those fixtures that are active in that queue. I actually use self-fix all the time, a lot. It's a little bit quicker sometimes to having to go find a group, or if you just want to identify what's in a certain stack, execute, or whatever, you can go ahead and hit select twice here, and I'm going to go ahead and hit wash. I'm going to hit that executor, and it just selected all those fixtures, and it's now telling me what's in that executor. It was a game changer for me. I use it all the time now. Self-fix, beam. Oh, those are all in there. And guys, I'm definitely a victim of this too. I have a really bad habit of just clearing. We all do it, but it's best to try and break that habit as best as possible. So some ways that you can do that is, let's say I just wanted, I'm trying to get a good view here. Let's just say I wanted all of my points, all my beams in the programmer. I can go ahead and hit minus here and just hit wash. Now I have all these selected. So instead of having to clear out 17 times and then just go ahead and select these, sometimes it is quicker to just, hey, I don't want these fixtures, and just use your negative button right here. Let's see.
Here we go. A few things. Zach, I'll start with this one. Did you cover parking? So parking.
Yes, definitely. Good.
So we'll get there. No, to your right. So yeah, parking, and then someone else said, could you show us some macro stuff and tell us your favorite and most useful macros?
Definitely.
Now you're talking his language.
I just hope I'm, all right, yeah.
Getting him worked up over here.
You just went from 6 to midnight.
Trying to hide it, guys. All right. Whoa, shoo. Is it hot in here?
Run macros, not lights. Yes.
I agree with you, whoever you are.
That would be
We can be
Zach.
friends.
That would be Zach.
It's funny. All right. All right, so I just put up an action button page.
Are you on the macros or are you on the parking?
I'm going to do parking first.
Gotta preheat the oven before you stick in the turkey.
Exactly. Mr. Koopa. I'm also going to I love it. That's going to be a little bit better. Come on. All right. Are you using your mouse? Is this,
No,
all right.
stop using it. I can turn it off.
Yeah. Mine is doesn't like me today. All right. Let's jump into parking a fixture. Let's select our beams. And I also want to off this Q stack since we're not working in there. Just for the demonstration, I will go ahead and let's just park these at full. Now I could go ahead and park these as they are, or if I park something, I like to store it back in an executor and park it that way. So I'm just going to go ahead and store this back in full. Go over here, hit assign. Now, this is just how I do it. You can do it any way you'd like, but if it's for front light or any of that nature, I like to do it with a 4. It might be a little excessive, but I'll do go and off, and then I'd want to do park and unpark. I'll clear out. I'll go ahead and hit go. Now this executor is active, and I can off it. I can go hit go again. Now if I hit park, you're going to see these values over here. If you ever see blue icons down here, that means you have parked values. What's another indicator that you have something parked? This icon down here, P for park. So now if I go and try and off this, nope, you can off the executor, but these values are parked. They are not moving. I can try and grab the fixture, the beams, and I'll do at 0, closed. They are not closing. They're parked. They're not moving. So if I wanted to get that off, the only way I can do that is hit unpark. Now I can off it. And that goes for everything. That's just not, I'm just using dimmer as a example. You can go ahead and use position. Hell, you could use gobo, color, anything. You can park any values. But you don't just have to use, you don't have to use it in an executor. If I want a different example of me parking something, grab my beams and let's just say at 50. We want to park them at 50.
Shit. Sorry. I almost knocked over my Chick-fil-A.
That's great, Dan. That's great.
Bay filet.
You should stick to sound, Dan.
I do. I try.
All right. So another way we can go ahead and do this is
I'm actually a failed lighting guy, so I went to audio.
you can either type in park in your command line, or there's the syntax pause, and that'll generate park. I believe it's go here. I'll pull it up for you guys. Sorry. Pause generates park, and then if you hit go plus twice, that's unpark. So we want to park this value right now. I'm going to hit pause for park, and I'm just going to go ahead and select these fixtures, lasso them, and there you go. But what happened here? It actually just parked all the values. So keep that in mind if you do it that way. When you're going to park everything that way. It's just another good reason why I like to park exactly what I want to park in that executor. Because the only information that's in that executor is what you stored in there. So we don't want all that parked. So we're going to go ahead and hit go plus twice, generate unpark, and we're just going to lasso these fixtures again. And everything's unparked. So that should give you guys a real good understanding.
Give some people, like, in a real life scenario, how would you normally
how
park
I use
and, like,
parking the most is actually for my front light. In not all cases, but let's just say there's a DJ special and they want one of the downstage fixtures just on him at all times. They don't want it to move. They just want one look. I'll actually,
times.
at all times, I'll grab the one fixture. Let's go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Give us an example of that.
Sorry. So here's our downstage right here, and our DJ is off at stage left. So I'm going to go ahead and he's chilling over here. Okay, so now,
Cool.
and I'm going to make sure I want everything that I want everything at 100 dimmer wise. They're okay with the color white, so I'll go ahead and all I have to do is make that active. It's already at white, and that should be everything that I have to park.
But you could just go through and
But
adjust every attribute if you wanted to, you know,
Correct.
zoom, focus, all those things, correct?
yeah, so let's just let's say they wanted it zoomed out a little bit more. You can park that too.
Cool.
So now, just this fixture selected. I can jump back to.
That's correct, Rod. Rod just said, so the song, so the keyboard player sings a song, so you put a spot on him for the song, and all your presets will just ignore that fixture.
Sure, you can do it that way. Just keep in mind you want to make sure you have a quick way to unpark it if you
Yeah.
need to move that fixture.
Yeah, so the second that keyboard solo is done or whatever you're doing.
So that's why I was showing you guys I prefer to do it this way.
Cool. So you just have like a
I have like a dedicated section for parking.
cool.
I
So
can-
essentially you just engage your parking.
Yep. If I need to come out of there, I have park, unpark right here ready to go. But okay, so back to our DJ special. I'll do the same thing what I did up top here. I'll go ahead and store it. Hit assign, go into the queue. You don't have to do it with a 4 if you have the space. Sometimes you might just want to run that look without parking it. So that's why I like to have it separated. I can clear out of the program right now. I'll call this DJ special. Park. I forgot to change these. Park. Unpark. So if you guys watch over here, these values should go blue, or the little blue icon. Boom. Now it's parked. If I try and off this now, doesn't matter. You can off the executor, but those values are parked. They're not going anywhere. Park, unpark. I had highlight on, that's why. So it's like, oh, instead of, if I didn't have this window up, and since now I got to store back dimmer information, this is a time where I would use self-fix. Self-fix, and you can just hit this executor, it selects it, and I have that fixture ready to go, whatever I'm working with. I hit at, brings it to full, and I can just store this back. I'm going to hit merge, unpark, park it again. Now dimmer information is parked in there now. It wasn't parked before because I had highlight on by mistake.
Rookie move.
Rookie move, definitely. So that also brings me to one thing I didn't cover is group masters. I'll jump into that before macros real quick. I'm just going to unpark this and off that. Cool. All right. Group masters. Go ahead, bring the groups pool and go up. And I'm going to select playback big. And we can also see everything I have on my command wing right here. If I wanted to see the pages on my fader wing, by the way, you would just choose 16 through 20 here. Yeah.
Wait, go to that again. Where'd you go to for that?
You hit this yellow dot.
Oh, okay. Going to the yellow dot.
Yep.
Cool.
And then we jump back to, these are everything for my command line.
Sweet.
All right. Group masters. They are great. Imagine those as, literally imagine them as limiters on a sound console. That's exactly what they are. So how do we generate a group master? We're going to go ahead and hit assign. You have to assign them. You don't store back anything. You assign group 1 here, and it's a yellow executor.
For group master?
For group masters.
Assign beam there. Assign spot there.
So
You
now,
don't have to clear anything between each one of those? Like, it's not like it's going to
no,
grab.
nope.
Okay.
So,
Question. Could you assign 2 groups to one fader?
yeah.
Right, so if you hit assign and you hit wash and beam and then click to your, like, would that work?
Let's find out. Usually I would just maybe group those 2 together in one group, but
Understood.
I think you can. Let's assign. Yeah, there you go. Yep, so now that's pretty much,
All of
it
them.
says wash, but this one is controlling all 3 of these still.
Cool.
But I'm just going to delete that real quick. I don't want to be in blind. Okay, so let's put everything to full right now. And let's bring, let's say our spots are overpowering our beams, just for example. I don't want to have to, during the show, I don't want to have to worry about like throwing the fader up to 50 every single time. Like usually I just, if I want to set them to where I want them set. So actually in most cases, I usually dial back on my washes. A lot of the LED washes are very bright, and if you were to take a video, you'll see that it really washes out the video, and you can tell that you're running them too hot. So I would go ahead and create a group master for them, and this is literally like a limiter. Now, there's nothing that is going to allow the intensity to go past 50%. So I can just, it's pretty dim in 3D, so let's use a better example. The beams, bring these down to 60%. Now there's nothing. I can go run some effects. I can go do anything with the dimmer. It's a limiter. It's a brick wall limiter, and it's not going to let you go above 60% now. Definitely super useful. I use them all the time. Should be good there.
So when you assign those masters, is there a way to set precedent? So like, you set...
There is. There's like HTP and low LTP.
Okay, and what do those mean, / what do they...
HTP is your highest takes precedence, and LTP being your lowest take precedence.
So highest meaning highest value?
Correct.
Highest...
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But essentially, what you're trying to achieve would be done here: positive, negative, additive. I gotta look up and see which direction works which way, because I forget right now. But essentially, this just gets the job done for me. I usually don't have to fuss with anything else. Alright, so that should cover everything with group masters. And what was next on the...
Macros.
Macros.
Let's get him worked up. So essentially, could you show us macros and tell us some of your favorite and most useful macros?
Alright. And guys, don't forget, as you're working, you can either...
Hey, Claudia. Go on.
You can either keep backing up on your own, aka saving on your own, or there is an autosave function down here. You could set it to autosave every 15 minutes, just to prevent you from losing any kind of work. Rarely ever do I have MA crash on me, but it's just always a good fail-safe. I'm pretty good with actually working without autosave, and I just have a good habit of double tapping backup real quick. So backup twice. Show you backup 1, 2, saves the show file. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink while this is loading.
What are you loading right now? Sorry. Oh boy. Oh boy. Some big boy stuff here. So show some people some of your, tell some people about your show file, why you run it the way you do, and just a little bit about your layout.
Sure. So like we did earlier, I kind of had my own smart window. I mainly just use that for programming. I have my own fixture window. Same thing I did here. I keep my own program-only fixture window, so that way when I'm programming, I can see anything that's in the programmer. Here are all my buttons. Like I said earlier, you can colorize them. It just kind of helps me see where everything's at, and rather than everything just being green and you're kind of like double looking. But in my button layouts, as you can see here, these are all my different position presets right here. So it's essentially what we did earlier with storing them back in presets, and then I take those presets and store them back to executors. So that way it's just a little bit easier for playback. Over here is also just a bunch of more position presets. Not all of them always get used. It's usually on like a bigger show where I'm just using all these. For instance, like if it's maybe a corporate gig, I won't have, my mouse is really tweaking out. Do you guys have a wired trackball by any chance?
Yeah, I get you one. Keep going.
All right, thank you. You guys can also hold down delete. I'm holding down delete right now. I will do like the same, I'll keep in the same section like for that DJ parking special that we did here earlier. Let's just pretend I have something parked. I'll do that same exact thing, and this is where I'll keep them. I'll do go off, park, unpark. And this is just the way I do it, but do it whichever way makes you comfortable. But if I just have certain fixtures that I need to park during the show, let's say some aerialists or dancers come out and I need to take some of my mid-stage fixtures out to be able to hit them, and I want to make sure that none of my effects are still running. Like I don't want those, ballyhoos still be running on those fixtures. I literally want to take them and park them so that way they don't move, and then just be able to control them that way. So I'll usually keep that right here. Going down here, this is just color picker, bunch of different macros and whatnot. This is just a Gobo prism layout for me. I don't always use it, sometimes I use it. And then this is just more Gobo and prism playback information down here. Moving on, layouts. Did the same thing I was showing you guys earlier with the groups. See, I can select all my Sharpies right here. That just helps me not to have to go find the groups. And this is also what I was saying earlier. Instead of me having to try and select, I just call it Tower 1. Instead of me having to go lasso all these, I created a group somewhere in here, probably a little bit farther down. Yeah, here we go, T1, T2, 3. I created those groups, and then I assigned those groups. Like here, I'll just take T2, and I'll do it again. Assign. Oh, it's already in there, so I'd have to delete it. Assign T2, put that right here. And now, instead of me having to try and lasso all these fixtures, it just saves me time that I can, hey, just call this group, and now this tower is selected. It's super useful when you're going in and setting a bunch of different position presets. The bit mapping. But that's my layouts. One thing I didn't really touch base on was worlds. I also tend to implement those into my layout views as well. But essentially what a world is going to do is you're going to select your group that you want. I'm just going to delete this one, and so I'm going to grab my Viper group, store it in world 2. I'll name that Viper. Now, what's going to happen when I select this world? The only thing that I can work with right now are my Vipers. That's it, because I'm in that world. So no matter what I do, I'm only working with my Vipers. If I want to come back out, I'm going to hit full. That's just like a reset, brings you back to everything. So like I was saying, I also put those in my layout view. It's just quick, easy to get to them. Now I just have my Sharpies activated. It's super useful for when you're just working with one set of fixtures. And I don't want to be like, I want to be selecting across the layout, and I don't want to be selecting these axioms right here. I want to be able to, only be working with my Sharpies. So I'll go ahead, select a Sharpie world, and now I can go ahead and lasso across without having to worry about conflicting with other fixtures. But yeah, that's basically worlds. Definitely really, really useful for when you're working with JDCs, because there's like so many different cell counts. All right. And there's my effects, groups, and presets. I guess one thing I didn't go over, there is a view layout, and this just helps you. Imagine this is subfolders. Let's see. I'll show you where to find view. Pulls, and pull up views, and now so this is just how I have all my presets laid out. Like now I can jump to my position presets, all my gobo presets, color. That's just how I keep it organized. There's just one way to do it. I think how I used to do it is I used to have them like on a different page, and I would have it as like position. It was just really not organized. I'd have different position windows, and I have to click through these to go jump through. In my eyes, it's just easier to have view tabs where you can jump over to different views. All right, some macros. Let's get to it. So how would you use a macro? All right, so someone asked about my favorite macro. Of course it's on. Okay. I named this when everyone was rating Area 51. I guess this is when I finished that macro. Kind of funny. Doesn't look like a whole lot right here. That's because it's running a whole different other number of macros. But if we go ahead, also guys, if you want to see command line feedback, you just hit this yellow dot down here and you can see all your syntax. But I'll go ahead and run this macro, and then while it's running, I'll tell you what it's doing. So what's going on here is it's taking a number of fixtures, and this is after I already updated my presets, like mainly my color presets and whatnot. Jump over to color. So after I already set all my color presets, and since I didn't do that yet, it looks like it's screwing it up right now, but essentially what it's doing, it's grabbing those fixtures, and it's either for these like white, red, white, orange, it's grabbing like an even odd selection, and it's storing it back for me. It's doing all that for me. Rather than me trying to go in and update every single one on my own, it's already doing that for me. Let's see. Where did that macro window go? Oh, I didn't have it stored. It's also updating all of my it updates all of my dimmer chases right here. It updates my stomp faders.
Joe, can you have 3D up as well?
I didn't see any switch.
Justin Greenman, timecode starting to do a lot of shows off of timecode.
Do I do a lot of shows off timecode?
That's just a
No.
question.
I don't do a whole lot of shows with timecode. I mainly get called out for like any kind of busking shows, punt on the fly shows. But there was this one band I did a couple tour runs with that it was just completely time coded, and it was pretty cool. But when you're doing a bunch of stops with them, it gets to be kind of boring. You know, I much prefer rather just doing a show on the fly. Like, I have fun with it. But it's also really cool sitting at home programming a show and then just pressing go on a macro and then watching it run.
Sure, I definitely feel as if time-coded shows definitely give you some, allow for a lot more accuracy and things of that nature. But yeah, at the same time, it takes away some of the fun of the live element. I won't disagree there.
Having some issues over here. But
Glitching out a bit, eh?
just a little bit.
No problem, Justin. Anyone else? Any other questions? What is it doing?
I don't know.
There's time code.
But yeah, this is where I would do all my time coding.
You do have a time code page for it?
Yeah. You guys can. Um, these macros are actually mostly based off of Zach Korn. Zach Korn showed me his timecode macros, and I eventually started implementing them in my show, and just kind of like tweaking things to my liking. But yeah, what time are we at? Okay, so we'll go
3:19.
till 3:30.
Any other
we're-
questions?
we're,
Anyone
yeah.
else?
If you guys want to have any questions, now's the time. This thing is chugging.
All right. Any other remarks, Chris?
I don't know. I feel like we covered a good bit. I tried not to, go off topic and.
Can you run through how to connect MA3D to MA onPc one more time?
Sure. I'm just gonna completely scramble it up how I had it before. So.
And while you're doing that, can you talk about, someone wants to know what are your selling points of MA over any other platform?
It's the industry standard.
It is the industry standard, but if you hopped on a desk and you really like that desk, then I'm gonna tell you to go with it. There's really no wrong desk to what you're gonna use. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you MA is the best, and in my eyes it is. But I also have only really messed around with Hog and Campsys a little bit, all the other desks. But what it comes down to is what works best for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's a pretty big argument. I feel as if people arguing whether what's better, what's it's all about what you're most comfortable on. To be honest with you, I know people who will swear by Avo and will swear by Champsys. I mean, all these different consoles, and it's all about what you're fastest on. Chris can walk up to a desk and have a bunch of looks ready in 5 minutes, and it might take someone else an hour, but that same person on an Avo Lights can do it in 3 minutes. It's really personal preference. The thing with MA's you can do so much, and there's a million ways to skin the cat. I think you can achieve so many things, so many different ways. There's so many different workflows. There's not necessarily one workflow that you have to follow in one way to achieve one thing, which is also what makes it so confusing, because no one way is the right way either.
Definitely.
Except for symmetry. I know, I'm just kidding. Matthew Sawyer, can you go over how to override the universal preset settings when creating a preset again?
Yeah. I'm just gonna hit on MA3D real quick, and then I'll jump to that. All right, so I kind of scrambled all my settings back to how I had it earlier. So diving into it fresh, I'm gonna go into setup. First thing I look for, okay, I'm not in a session. And since I am using 3D on my same computer, that means I'm gonna use a loopback IP, 127 dot. So I'm gonna create my session in a 127. Cool, in a session. go into MA network configuration, and usually it starts out here in this tab over here. But I can see that my station is also here in 127, but the main thing is you want to jump into 3D and you want to add present. So now there's an issue here. Why is this IP saying 2.0.0? Earlier, this is what I had 3D in. So if I hit session member, that's what you have to hit to link it. Now if I hit that, can you also show 3D? Cool. It's not connecting. That's because the IP is not matching up. You can also see down here, it's a broken heart. That means you're not connected. I was using a 2.0 because that's an ARTNet protocol. You can use, maybe I was using it for a console or something. But we'll go into settings, network, and I'm just going to change this also to a 127 dot. Okay. Sometimes it'll take, but I'm pretty sure you actually have to restart 3D. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So yes, there.
So
Open.
should you do that before you even start 3D or no?
It depends. You might not know what you left out on, so sometimes you just have to restart. But it's not connecting now because. And since this is red, we'll just go ahead and delete this. Add present again. Now you can see that correct IP is there. And then we'll hit session member. And in 3D, 3, 2, 1. It's taking a while because I have a lot of fixtures in here.
Yeah, just this one.
Okay, cool. It connected. I can throw my lights up.
Where can I buy DMB? Go home, Rod.
It's fine.
It was just Matt asking about how to override the universal presets.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so how to override the universal preset filter. So if I jump back to, no, don't want to store that. Let's say I wanted to, not that I really would ever want to do this, but just for an example. I'm going to tilt these fixtures, and I'm also going to throw them to at 75%. Okay, cool. So to turn this filter off, you hold down store. Sorry, I did that on the console. I'll show you here. I'm going to hold down store. Okay, this will take you to a bunch of different options. I'll go over these real quick after the position. All right, so the preset filter, I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. Now, what happens when I store in my position pool presets? And I have down here dimmer information, position information. And you can see here there's 2 dots down here. That's letting me know that attribute 1 and 2 is active in this preset. You can, and now this is in here, like this is in your position pull presets. I haven't really found myself really using that too well. I do use all presets, but I'll never really I like to keep them separated. I'll never use them in here. So if I go ahead and bring this up, I'll jump into presets, and here's all. Essentially, that's what that is. If I do the same exact thing, tilt some fixtures, throw the dimmer up to whatever, I don't know, throw frost on there, and I store this in 1. That's essentially pretty much the same thing as what we just did up here with having the universal filter off. It's essentially like an all preset. And so when you store into all, it's almost like storing with that universal filter off. I do use all presets, not all the time, but sometimes. Okay, so one thing when we were in that store menu, earlier when I was telling you guys about the different storing methods, you have overwrite, merge, status merge, remove, release. Let's say you are updating a lot of different executors and you're getting tired of that message popping up. You can go ahead and hit merge here and then save as default up here. So now it's chugging right now. Store. It's not going to ask me. It's, jeez. I could select something else. Anything else? And store it. It's not going to ask me. It's just going to merge that information. One thing to be careful of, like sometimes I also use overwrite. Save it as default. Don't forget to turn it off when you're done, because you could just keep programming and then accidentally be overwriting a bunch of different information. So if you turn this on and save it as a default, do not forget to turn it off.
How do you change the default fade time for Q sticks?
The default fade time is 0.
Can you change it from the default?
Yeah.
So it's always like 2.
Yeah, I was doing that earlier, but I can do it again. MA doesn't want to work right now. Oh wait, are they talking about like changing the changing the default from 0 to something else? Like just
How do I change the default fade time for Q stacks? Which I guess every time you loaded a Q stack, it would always be defaulted to something else.
it's always at 0. There might be a way to change that in the settings, but you're usually always gonna have to change that manually. It's just, from my knowledge, it's always just defaulted at 0.
Mad at you.
But all right. I think it's a good time to call it.
All right, coming to you guys.
Well, I hope you guys got something out of this, and I hope I didn't jump off topic a whole lot. I'm sure Mr. Cooper will add my information in the description, and hey, I got 7 more weeks of downtime, so if you guys have any questions, yeah, 7 weeks, you guys can reach out to me. After that, don't talk to me. But no, seriously, feel free to reach out if you guys need any help with anything. I'm here. I'm literally not doing anything. So if you guys are working on some projects or just need an idea to get started on something, go ahead, reach out to me, and hopefully I can give you guys a hand.
Here's something that doesn't need visual. What is the outcome of not setting an execution button to temp? Can you override it with another execution? What happens if you hit clear 2 or 3 times? So again, here's what happens if you do not set an execution button to temporary? Can you override it with another execution? What if you hit clear 2 or 3 times?
Clear is not going to matter, because if you have something stored in the executor, that information it's locked in there. It's stored in that executor. So clearing won't do anything. But if you're asking what the difference between like a master fader and a temp fader is, a temp fader will, like a master fader will just jump onto those values that you have it stored on, versus a temp fader is, okay, for instance, I have a hazer, and I'm gonna store that hazer at 100. Usually I put those on a temp fader because I don't always want it at 100, so I'm gonna use that temp fader, and I can scroll up those values. If I go 25% up the way, it's going to put the hazer at 25%. If I go 50% up, it's going to put the hazer at 50. And that's what a temp fader is doing, essentially. It literally is like letting you control those values a little bit easier. But clearing and executors, if whatever you have stored in that executor at that point, doesn't matter what you have in the programmer. I hope that answered that.
Putting your Instagram handle on here, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, and all of our emails we'll put on here in case you guys want to reach out. We do plan on doing a part 2 of this. Maybe Chris can dive into some more macros, writing them, and things of that nature.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, 7 weeks. Let's do some work.
Thank you so much, guys. Till next time.
Thanks, guys.
Shout out again to Synergetic for hosting us. Shout out to Rentex Audiovisual for providing us with some gear. And yeah, we'll be in touch soon.
Take it easy, guys.